Ladies and gentlemen, attendees and live streams, welcome. We're now about to move into the core event of our day, the exciting showdown. Now, it's not every day that you get to see a balcony showdown, but here at Sapphire, we like to keep things interesting. I'm Mauve from Resi Build, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to the two teams competing today. Over here, we have the blue team, the cassette balcony installers. Please introduce yourselves and share how confident you are about today's showdown.
Hi, I'm Brad. Pretty confident. We got trained on these earlier this week and got my head wrapped around it. Should be fun.
Gabe, pretty confident not going against hard competition.
Ooh. Competition is heating up. All right. Remember, it's not just about winning. We're also interested in your experience. How many balconies have you installed like this to date?
0.
None.
Thank you, and all the best. Everyone here has high expectations of you, so no pressure, but I get the sense that you might be seen as the favorite. And on the other side, we have Team White. All right, the maestros of railings. Team White, could you also have your introductions and a sense of your confidence levels right now?
Hi, I'm Brett, and we're fairly confident we can compete to this new system that they have.
I'm Brandon, Gemini. Fairly confident. They got a good system, but I think we've done this traditional style once or twice, so we'll see.
We shall see indeed. So it's really coming down to experience versus design. How much experience do you guys have?
We have, decade of experience in the trade?
About that.
Wow, big difference. Now, we've heard from our brave contenders. It's time for a little theatrics. Can I ask our teams to give us a traditional showdown pose, please? All right. Back to back, staring into the distance, brimming with the determination to win. There we go. This is indeed a sight to remember. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to emphasize safety. We're all excited to see who emerges victorious, but remember, it's not a race. Safety is paramount. So let's take our time and ensure we adhere to all safety protocols. Is it me, or was that the first showdown to have a safety label? Are you ready, teams? Because we're about to start. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Best of luck to both teams. Let's see those balconies take shape. And remember, it's all in good spirits and for the love of balconies. Let the showdown begin. All right, here we have the blue team getting started. Up at the top is the white team. You guys are in for a real treat today. Who are you guys rooting for today? Blue team? Testing. All right. How's everyone doing? Okay, and with what you're seeing here today, in case you have any questions, we'd be happy to receive questions from you to answer. And everyone has a name tag. And on the back of your name tag, there's a QR code, which you can use to take you to a website, which is www.sli.do. And the website code is hashtag ask. And you'll be able to type in any inquiries, questions, feedback you may have to let us know. So be sure to scan the QR code on the back of your name tag and put hashtag ask for the webpage code. Thank you, everyone. Hello, hello. All right, everyone, and here with me right now is Nick from Sapphire Balconies. Nick, tell us what's happening right now.
Sure. So what we're seeing is the setup and the leveling of the balcony. We've got some green technical devices, which are known as a remote locking device, which have been attached. They pin the balcony to the small stub brackets which come out from the building and hold it in place so it's safe for the installers to then put the final connections in. So that technical connection, as the name infers, is a remote locking device. The guys inside will be using their controllers to guide it into the building. What we'll see here is the connection to the balcony first, and when it's safe, the guys from inside the building, where they're safely behind those barriers, will then unhook those. They'll move out onto the balcony, drop the final connections in, and when it's good to go, we'll unhook the crane so you can see that the balcony is safely installed.
Wow, that is really fascinating. Incredible to see the level of safety that is allowed. All right, and we have one question that's come in through the QR code page so far. And what is the main difference between the two designs of balcony to the untrained onlooker? Would you like to answer that for us, Nick?
It's a great question, and keep them coming during the course of today. On the right here, where the guys have been hooking up their harnesses, we've got the traditional method most of you would recognise, which you see in the Greater Toronto area and beyond. On the left-hand side is what we're calling the future-ready balcony. It's like the next generation of pre-assembled cassette balcony by Sapphire. So what we'll see on the right-hand side is we'll see the traditional railing system go up. We'll see the balcony being painted on the side and on top. And on the left-hand side, we'll see this balcony going on, coming off again, going on again. So you'll see this install happening a few times. In terms of technical differences, the balcony on the left-hand side will drain through the decking into the soffits below and will push that water out to the front edge. And the railing system is a fully frameless structural glass system using tempered laminated glass. And on the right-hand side is your traditional aluminium or aluminum railing system.
All right, thank you so much for answering that. Please keep the questions coming. We'd be happy to provide those answers for you. If this one will be get the cameraman to come along with me.
I'll run it past Nick first.
Yeah, that's a good question. There you have it. Do we have the camera set up, or we'll just do it? We'll do it right here. All right. Oh, he's gonna come? All right, cool. Would you like to repeat all these questions? Right? So we're good? All right, the showdown is in full swing behind me. And right here, I have Luke Halton. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Luke Horton, President of Sapphire Balconies. I'd like to thank you all very much for coming today. Very much appreciated and great to see the turnout.
Indeed. And what are we seeing happening right at this moment?
So we're just coming down from our second install of the prefabricated Sapphire Balconies. You can see the remote locker devices attached there. First installation's all gone very smoothly, and you can see the installers up top there safely behind the door guards. The concrete balcony, the temporary guard railings now removed. They're working on harnesses there to prevent any falls from height, but there's always the risk of those fixings or something going over the edge. we'll keep monitoring the situation.
Yes. And tell us about one of the benefits that Sapphire's next generation balcony brings to Canada.
So I think one of the big things to take note of is how lightweight these balconies are. So an aluminum balcony here is about 80% lighter than a concrete balcony, which is the traditional approach to balconies in this market. For high-rise or mid-rise schemes, that can have significant impact on the building as a whole. So we were looking recently at a couple of 50-story towers. I think there's about 6,000 tons of weight that's been able to be removed from the structure. They were continuous walkway balconies. That could obviously have knock-on effects in terms of shear walls or columns being slimmed down, possibly even foundations. So there's cost savings in other packages, but we also see the benefits of lightweight, meaning that it is an option for retrofit. So if you're changing the use of a building from a commercial to a residential use building, you can add balconies if they haven't been there before. And also the kind of light gauge steel frame buildings and mass timber is a market that we're being engaged in currently.
Right, that's incredible. Talk through us what benefits a lightweight balcony brings to developers.
Yeah, so I think we've touched on a few of them already, but just being able to remove weight can just have those knock-on cost savings that you might be looking for to make the overall scheme work. And certainly in the mass timber market where we've had some involvement, I think Lee from Element 5 is here somewhere today. We're working together on a project at the moment, but I don't believe there is currently a good and recommended solution for balconies on mass timber. So this is opening up new opportunities that haven't been there before.
Indeed. So presumably a lightweight balcony means less force is taken back to the building too.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, that can for concrete structures, it can mean less reinforcing. Getting the engineers involved early, and Sapphire's pre-construction team, we can build out those case studies to assess each benefit and each project.
That is really great. And so presumably a lightweight balcony also means it's easy to manufacture and truck, is it?
Well, these are obviously prefabricated balconies, so we're making 6 to 10 balconies per factory per day. The lightweight obviously does mean they can be moved around in trolleys and handled fairly easily. But one of the other things about lightweight is removing material from balconies can improve the carbon footprint as well, and means craning and transportation. You can get a lot of balconies in a time. Yeah.
So important in modern construction. Well, we see your mock-ups here and your showroom. What about manufacture? Where is the nearest factory up here?
So we're working with our partners here today, Antamax Partner Systems. The curtain walling facility is just behind us here, but they also have a plant in Alliston, about an hour away from here, where we've got access to around 12 acres of storage as well. So these balconies are as big as a car, as you can see. So as we manufacture them, we tend to store them in anticipation of the site, then cooling them off.
Wow, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us today, Luke. It's been so insightful. And thank you for sharing all of those amazing insights on these balconies. We look forward to continue to see the construction here. Thank you. All right. Good stuff. Yeah, I think so. All right, it seems the blue team has been speeding ahead, and with me right now I have Evan. Evan, please introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning. So I'm the operations managing director here at Sapphire, and yeah, welcome to the event.
Wonderful. And what are we seeing happening at this moment?
Yes, thank you. So the right at the moment they're dropping the balcony down. It's just been installed 2 times, so they'll be now preparing it for the 3rd successful installation.
Yes, they are going so quick. It's amazing. Tell us about one of the benefits that Sapphire's next generation balcony brings to Canada.
Okay, so one of the very key benefits is if you can look behind me, you can see on the concrete balcony there you have installers working on the edge with a restraint system, whereas if you look at the balcony here, the Sapphire 5th generation balcony, that's doesn't need any open edge working.
Yes, and safety is an important topic. It strikes you how the blue team are safe behind a barrier inside, while the white team are right on an edge, and I guess that could be 50 stories up too. Are we sacrificing speed for safety here?
No, absolutely not. So the way of installing the Sapphire balcony is very safe. Inside the building, there's a door guard system, which is very easy to mount and then dismount and move it from apartment to apartment. And all work is done inside the building with no need for leading edge work.
Yes, that's much better. Can you elaborate on how these enhanced safety features in Sapphire's balconies bring peace of mind to developers and residents alike?
Well, I guess very simple answer there is anybody with a responsible job or anybody watching people working on an open edge 50 to 60 floors up in the air would, I'm sure, give you nightmares. On the contrary, you've got people working behind a safe edge guard system, and that gives them peace of mind.
That takes priority. Offsite products like this presumably are made more like cars as a much more controlled process and quality checks, are they?
Yes, absolutely correct. So the balcony comes to site, is fully finished and ready to be lifted right up, and cuts down a lot of work on site, which brings its own benefits, because obviously the less man hours on site, the more likely it's going to be done in a safer environment.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing those insights, Evan. We appreciate it. All right. Wonderful. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Mauve, and here I am with Lee right now. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, my name is Lee Scott. I'm with Element 5. We are a mass timber manufacturer in St. Thomas, Ontario.
Awesome. And what brings you out here to the showdown today?
Well, I'm very excited about integrating these balcony systems into mass timber buildings. So it's always been a bit of a question mark in the mass timber industry on how we get a balcony system on here. And this is a very fast prefabricated solution, which works well with mass timber. And yeah, excited to see what we can do here.
Yes. And what are your thoughts on what you've seen happening so far?
Well, it looks like it's a fast system. I like I've seen a mock-up where it's integrated with CLT already. So if anyone out there is interested in chatting about mass timber, please come and find me. But this seems like a great solution for a prefabricated building with a prefabricated balcony, and just a great overall solution.
And how do you think these future-ready balconies are going to change condo construction in Canada?
Well, I think it's all about speed and labor required to be on site. So as labor rate goes up and interest rates are high, construction rates are high, being able to do things quickly and efficiently will help projects pencil in over the long run. So that works really well with the mass timber solution, and happy to marry these two together.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you enjoy the rest of the showdown.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. Very nice. And as you can see, blue team has completed 3 installations so far. White team still at 0. Would you like to go now? Or would you like to go? Hello, everyone. We are back here. Let's make some adjustments. Should I move? Coming on to this side. All right, we are back here with Nick. And Nick, what is happening right now behind us?
So the balcony is going to be lifted again up into position. Looks like the railing guys are currently pinning down the balustrade to start off with.
Yes, it seems things are going very slow on that end, right? So tell us about one of the benefits that Sapphire's next generation balcony brings to Canada.
So one of the benefits I'm very passionate about personally, as heading up the ESG strategy for Sapphire, is the carbon benefits that the aluminum balcony system brings to the marketplace.
Truly. And can you provide more insight into how Sapphire's balcony design aligns with the broader goal of green buildings?
Great question. I guess from 2 angles. From embodied carbon, a very topical piece at the moment. The footprint of a aluminum balcony is roughly about a quarter of what a concrete balcony is, and we've got the EPDs to show how that can be done. On the other hand, once a building's occupied, the thermally broken balcony system you can see has got two very small penetrations, whereas a concrete balcony typically wouldn't even have a linear thermal break. So there's a lot of carbon saved during the duration of the building as well as obviously money around the heating costs.
Big differences. And how does Sapphire's next generation balcony contribute towards achieving the targets set by the Toronto Green Standard or construction codes more generally in Canada?
So the Toronto Green Standard and the STEP codes, as we know, are becoming more and more onerous as we step down. The reality is that thermally breaking items like balconies, which ultimately at the moment are often considered as radiator fins, as I've heard many times while being here in Canada. The reality with that is that they're one of the last items which can make a big difference on. And with that, we found with a project in Winnipeg, they had to have very small window to wall ratio, which meant that the user or the apartment occupant had a different experience. And if they'd thermally isolated the balconies and had slightly bigger windows, so playing around with that gives options. It certainly helps the TEDI ratings on buildings as well and achieving what you need to achieve.
Very nice. And what kind of numbers are we talking about reducing CO2 by?
Great question. There's obviously from a building occupation point of view, it very much depends where the building is. We do have a carbon calculator available on our Coach software platform, which enables you to put in a zip code and to actually work out what the actual heat loss by degree days is per site based on real live data. We also then have the EPDs to show as I mentioned earlier, it's about a quarter of the footprint for a aluminum balcony versus a concrete balcony. And just mentioning, we're also about to launch a new generation of balconies as well, which will reduce that further by a good chunk. But I can't let the details out on that one just yet, but watch this space.
We'll have to stay tuned. Thank you so much for those points on the sustainability on these incredible balconies. From the speakers? Testing. Okay, guys, and as they start drilling, we just want to make you all aware there could be some dust that falls down, so just make sure to distance yourself just to stay away from any dust that could come from the balconies. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I am Mauve here with ResiBuild, and beside me I have Murray. Murray, please introduce yourself.
My name is Kevin.
Kevin. I gave you the wrong script then. All right. So, shall we do these ones are still okay?
We can do the Kevin one. That's fine.
Okay. All right, let's start this over again. I'm here with Kevin. Kevin, please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Kevin Bonner, and I'm the Global Network Manager for Sapphire Balconies.
Wonderful. So, what are we seeing happening today with both teams right now?
So right now the teams are in full flow. You can see that the Glide-On balcony has been on for 4 times, and we're still maybe just over halfway now with the traditional concrete balcony. We've made the traditional concrete balcony, we've given them a little bit of an advantage because we precast the concrete, so that was already prepared, and we've also created the railing and turned it into modular elements for them already. So traditionally there'd be, putting in the gaskets and the glass and the railing together on site. So we've done that for them already. So we've given them a little bit of a head start, but we're still 4 balconies up against 0. So it's going well.
They're still falling behind. So tell us about one of the benefits that Sapphire's next generation balcony brings to Canada.
There's quite a few. The speed element. So we've done 62 balconies in one day before. So if you've got a building of 600 balconies, we could install all that possibly in just a couple of weeks. So there's a huge amount of speed to take into consideration. The balconies are around 80% lighter than concrete, so you're going to save some significant weight saving on the actual structure itself, which could have an impact on your columns sizes and also the foundations. I think the other key one is with the changes with the code changes in terms of thermal performance. Sapphire, naturally, the way that it's constructed is thermally broken. So we do comply to the future code standards of Toronto.
Fascinating. And so talk us through the options which the Sapphire balcony offers.
So the options we've got in terms of the balcony itself, we've got soffits, and they can be any color you wish. You can have glass railing, picket railing, perforated laser cut guarding. So there's many different options, shapes, sizes, different connections. So here we're using the remote locker with a stub connection. We also have glide on. We have connections to CLT, back to concrete, back to steel. So there's many different options, not just the one here, but there are a whole plethora of options available.
Plenty, that is for sure. So how does the flexible design of Sapphire's balconies cater to or take advantage of any design stipulations in the Toronto Green Standard or Canadian construction codes?
So it's challenging at the moment for architects and engineers in Toronto at the moment because the new codes are coming out. Just can't build with straight through concrete platforms anymore. So how do you do that? There are other thermally broken concrete balconies available, but they're quite challenging in terms of the way it's constructed. What we do is take just we're not just a product provider, we're a solution provider. So we provide the balcony, the thermal brakes, the lifting equipment, and then the whole logistical solution of getting the balconies onto the building.
I see. And with all of the harsh weather that we do see here, we see a lot of concrete damage on the underside. Presumably, this is the opposite with this system?
Sure, yeah. You can see, looking underneath the balcony there, you can see a nice reflection of the dark polyester powder coated aluminium. It'll stay like that for years. The design life of the balcony is 60 years. So, and we give a 25-year warranty on the paint finish. So you compare that to a concrete balcony, you may well get some rusting, some staining, maybe some spalling, some cracking. It'll need to be repaired in maybe 20, 30 years time. So you're really comparing chalk and cheese.
That's really nice. And have Sapphire weather tested these balconies?
They have, and we've just finished a test in the UK, a UK test house where we've mimicked the Ottawa weathering conditions. And we basically took a balcony, put it inside a huge fridge freezer, and we took it to minus 10 degrees for 3 weeks, and we cycled it, spraying it with water, let the frost build up, and then see how much water is in the soffit, and see how it drains once it freezes over. And it performed exceedingly well. We're just building that report now, and we'll have that available to our clients in the next couple of weeks.
That is really great. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Kevin. It's been a pleasure to speak with you. All right, and continue watching the showdown, everyone.
That was ace.
Oh my goodness.
It probably makes more sense if we go in smaller pockets rather than everyone going.
Yes, everyone can kind of
Um,
stagger themselves. Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, our score here right now is 6-0 for the blue team. They are absolutely crushing the competition. And with all that competition that's been happening, we are working up an appetite. So we are going to break for 1 hour right now. So we hope you guys are able to sit back and relax for the 1 hour little commercial break we're going to have. And then we'll be right back again at 1 p.m. So for our attendees, you are welcome to join us for the food truck that is in the parking lot. Be sure to stagger yourselves a little bit since it could be a lot of people all at once, but that is free for you guys to enjoy. So thank you so much and hope you enjoy your lunch.
Hi, my name is Murray Hone. I am the Business Development Manager for Sapphire Balconies of North America. I'd like to thank you for joining us today as we will be reviewing our innovative offerings of our modular, thermally broken prefabricated balcony systems. Who is Sapphire? A little bit about us. We started off as a railing, guard railing and balustrading company in 1992 in London, England. Have been expanding and expanded in 2006 into several locations across the UK. In 2012 was the first major modular balcony installation, and from that point we've continued our successes and innovations where that has been the main component of our business. Now we are on the fifth iteration or generation, I should say, of the cassette balcony. Currently, the main operations or the main business is still located overseas, a lot in the in London or England area, Ireland, Scotland, touching in the Netherlands as well. New Zealand has been operating for several years, and most recently Canada. In Canada, just like in other areas in the world, Sapphire uses a manufacturing partner. Our partner is Antimex Industries, which is a large curtain wall assembly and manufacturer, doing a lot of complex assemblies and glass work. It seemed to work well with our business. They are located in Concord, Ontario. That's where the manufacturing and our showroom are located. If it's for a project in the Toronto area, once they're fabricated, they'll be held in an offsite storage location in Alliston, Ontario. If it was for a project located in the West, they would likely be flat pack and assembled prior to installation. A little bit about the numbers. I've mentioned we've been around for 31 years. In the past 5 years, we have successfully installed 25,000 plus balconies. Last year, in 2022, was our best year yet, and we did over 6,000 of these units, breaking a record as well. So we installed 110 balconies in a 2-day period, 62 of them being safely installed within a 8-hour shift. Very important at the bottom is all of this has been done without incident, 0 accidents. So what we'd like to try to cover today is understanding modular and glide-on balconies in comparison to other conventional methods of construction. Conventionally, we've installed balconies, or we've built balconies using concrete, so just simply cantilevering the slab out a little farther and supporting those. So concrete, couple things. It's extremely heavy. It does take multiple trades to complete, as far as the forming of the balcony, the installation of the guard railing, and the application of the flooring, any polishing or painting of the soffits. All of these are on-site working at height and elevation, which does pose extra safety concerns. Concrete is very well known to be a pour or a conductor, and it's a continuous thermal bridge of basically the interior slab being exposed to the exterior elements. And then finally, there's a inevitable costly maintenance, which can happen anywhere from, let's say, 25 to 35, maybe even a little bit longer years, which basically the concrete just gets worn down through freeze thaw, especially in colder climates. It's susceptible to checking and spalling, and the only way to repair that is to chip away at height and reform and repour, which is a very costly and intrusive procedure. In comparison, glide-on aluminum balconies, for approximately the same size or the same dimension, it's from 2,800 kilos to around 800 kilos, so somewhere around 25 to 30% the weight fully assembled. So just like you'd order a car, that's how you'd order a balcony. You would expect it to show up flawless and without defect. So it arrives fully assembled. All the fixings are very discreet, and the thermal break is integrated within the system. So some of the key elements of a modular balcony, firstly, it's off-site manufactured. Second, it's all of a premium quality recyclable materials. So 30-year finish warranty and a 60-year design life. All structural calculations, including a finite element analysis. They're very lightweight, so it's similar to an airplane wing, a monocoque structure where it has it's very rigid and has a very high strength to weight ratio. It's a very similar thought to how we construct our balconies. They're very rigid. Thermally breaking and cantilevering balconies and concrete can found to be, let's say, have a high deflection, or they can be found to be lively. As we have created, we don't do any third-party anchor. We design all our anchors from scratch. So we design it to not only have thermal performance, but we ensure that it is extremely rigid. They always fit. So due to our templating and QRQC control process, we can guarantee when they go to site, they are going to fit. The fixings are discrete, meaning that they can't be tampered or fiddled with by the user. And then finally, we have a quality control and photo traceability on every balcony build. I'd like to walk you through a sapphire install, a start to finish, let's say. So firstly, and in a concrete style build, we will be there as the floor is being cast to embed our anchors. So the anchors, you can see there is a spacing template that is located on the front of those stubs. That spacing template ensures alignment, and when the cassettes arrive on site, we know they'll fit. As the building is being built and constructed, we are off-site fabricating the balconies. So the balconies do have a full photo evidence or photo trail and a QRQC process, ensuring that every step of manufacturing balconies must meet the QC standards in order to make it to the next step. Once the building is completed or at a near a level of completion, the cladding has been completed. Cladding, flashing, we are on now the cold, wet side of construction. The balconies are ready to be installed. So they are choreographed from offsite storage, brought on truck to site, and are ready to be installed. So sapphire balconies come pre-slung. Everything basically from the hook down of the crane is provided by Sapphire. Typically a crew of 4 people is required for an install. That's 2 people on the truck slinging or organizing balconies, and 2 people within the suite. So installers are within the building behind a guardrail. As the unit slides onto those arms that it's safe to stand on, the installer then will level the unit. So there's some adjustability. He'll level the unit and then add an anti-slip plate securing the balcony to the arms. The very last step is adding the last floor plates or the last floor panels, which will cover up all of the hardware and all of the fixings within the unit themselves. The very last step is the handover. So once everything has been installed, inspected, there is a handover, a certificate of handover, guaranteeing that balcony was installed correctly. So why thermally broken balconies? In 2022, Perkins and Will had released a balconies report. In that they said, in certain complex assemblies, the research identifies facades with as much as a 70% reduction in effective R value resulting from thermal bridging. In 2013, so a decade ago, after accounting for windows and doors, exposed concrete slab edges and balconies can account for the second greatest source of thermal bridging in a multi-story building. So where does the thermal bridging occur? Quite simply, it's wherever it is projecting or exposed to the elements from the slab along the lineal plane. So on a projecting balcony, as you can see on the left, it is just along the lineal plane or the A plane. On an internal balcony, when it's attached on 2 sides, you can see it's both of those the linear factors, and on inset, you're actually on all 3 sides. So despite having things like elemental protection, you are more susceptible to thermal bridging. So how concrete has conventionally been constructed, or concrete balconies has been constructed, is simply illustrated on the left. We've just taken the slab and made a continuous outcropping or a cantilever of it, added some sort of guard railing, and then usually some sealant or maybe some flooring topper. So a 2022 solution of how to continue using concrete and trying to make it more thermally efficient is on the right. So being a builder and a constructor myself, I just see 6 additional steps, which includes a drop slab, a Roxol soffit and a fascia wrap, some sort of a poly iso or some sort of an iso topper, pavers, and then finally the guard railing. So all I see here is 6 additional steps, and truthfully, what does that get for us? So if we look at the image on the left, this is illustrating a continuous slab balcony. Right beside it, the continuous slab with the wrap insulation. So, and with all those 6 steps, what did that really achieve? So if you look at the numbers, the heat loss coefficient on the top left, that's at about 1.059. And doing those 6 extra steps, they about doubled the performance, the heat loss performance. But if you notice, until you start going into a thermally broken, either a structural thermal break in your concrete or a thermally broken modular system, like you can see Sapphire here illustrated at about a 0.211. That's about approximately a 5 times improvement from conventional concrete as far as the heat loss coefficient. But what I also love is that association that it has to the effective R value, where you see it going on the continuous slab from about an R 9.1 to let's say where the approximate Sapphire location, it would be somewhere in about a 15.5 or 16 an R value. So again, a massive increase in the building's performance. So there is various methods of achieving thermal breaks. One of them is to do a continuous slab with a structural thermal break, so a lineal thermal break. This basically you can see what the thermal break looks like in the graphic illustrated above, and it essentially involves tying rebar and various metal through a thermal break and supporting it from the slab. So the rebar is still required to be tied, or the tying is still required on either side. Once the concrete balcony is poured, it is still required to be propped and put on a platform. These still all of the same details of guard railing or adding would still need to be included at this point. There's several components that are required to make a modular balcony. So the first part is the anchor. So the anchor system, we've shown concrete anchoring. However, there is, and depending on the type of your building, there is quite a different variation of anchor systems. We're going to cover that in just a bit. To the cassette, or the actual structure. So this is the user's interface. This is the flooring, the structure, the moisture management soffit system, and then finally is the choice, or the option of guard railing or balustrading. I'm just showing you an in process of a concrete cast-in embed anchors. So you can see we have a very robust 30 mil stainless steel ready rod anchors, which are embedded into the slab mesh, a thermal break which is located on the slab edge, and then you can see our cast-in arms or stubs projecting from the slab. On the far edge, you'll see a spacing template. So this spacing template ensures accuracy when we're installing our balconies, as long as the spacing template is installed. Even if the stubs or the embeds are slightly out of position, we do have enough adjustability, and with the spacing template, we can ensure a clean fit every time. Just another example showing you a nice clean cutaway of the system. Again, you can see the embeds. The ready rod is embedded within the slab. You can see a thermal break at the edge of the slab, and then you'll see the arms, or you'll see the stubs projecting out of the building. So sometimes in videos or illustrations, you're going to see stubs sticking out of the building. Sometimes you're going to see solid one-piece arms sticking out of the building, and then there's actually another variation of that. So having said that, we don't have a custom, or let me say a standard anchor. Every part is custom. So why the difference between stubs and long arms? It's just usually due to the constructability of the building, or whether or not we have external access. So here's another couple pictures illustrating what I just talked about. In the center, you'll notice kind of a square, I'll call it a stub, but it is a squared off I-beam that has liquid sealed or liquid applied. This is most likely the style we'll see in Canadian builds or North American builds as part of the attachment. One of the reasons I've mentioned earlier is North American builds don't often use scaffolding. We don't often have the same exterior access. So often, if you see just a single or a long arm installation, that's very likely a European installation. If you see a smaller or shorter stub, that is likely going to be a North American installation. Sapphire Balconies designs its own anchor. It designs its own anchor system instead of using a third party form or third party thermal break. And in doing so, we can ensure our balconies are extremely rigid. So all balconies are designed to be an L/360. When you stand on the edge of the balcony, deflection can actually cause bend, or can cause some bend in the slab. So at current North American builds, I'd say most commonly 200 mil slab. On a 200 mil slab, we're very comfortable with projecting out 1.8 meters or about 6 feet. Further projecting balconies might require additional anchoring or other form of support in order to do that. Installation happens from within the building. So you can see that the installers are behind a aluminum guardrail. They're not working at height. The unit itself will glide on to those arms. Once it is secured or it is sitting on that arm, it is safe for them to stand on and make any leveling adjustments and finally secure the unit. Just another shot of from the inside. So again, you can see the guardrail set up. Workers are not having to work from height or elevation. They simply slide the balcony onto the receiving anchors or brackets, secure it, and then they are able to walk out onto the balcony safely and securely without ever being tied off. There's other forms of anchors as well. So concrete is simply one method of anchoring. However, we can still achieve the glide-on type balcony with a direct CLT top fixed anchor. So as you can see, it's just several brackets and bolts being attached into the CLT. Most commonly, you're going to see a 30 or 40 mil lightweight acoustic concrete topper that would cover the hardware into which your flooring would then be attached. A thermal brake, and then the stubs or arm are added to after that. An example of this locally or in Canada, here it's a mock-up for a passive house build by the Daniels Corporation called Mount Pleasant Village in Brampton, Ontario. So this isn't just a top fixed anchor. This is actually a top and bottom mounted anchor. Between the stub and the slab, there will still need to be a thermal brake incorporated. But then you can also see from the face, you'll just see the stub projecting out of the build. Some more illustrations here of using or interfacing sapphire balconies with a system such as Baco's Delta beam. So the beam can be essentially have our bolt pattern or our balcony spacing interfaced with the outside or the exterior beam. Just before installation, we would add our thermal brakes and the stubs to the frame of the building. So with the Delta beam system, you can install either a hollow core, different tray pour variations, or CLT slab within. So if we're looking for a lightweight or a steel or hybrid style construction, this gives a great option. For builds where we might not have the let's say lighter gauge or lighter weight builds where we might not have the structure in the floor, for instance, it could be like a lightweight TGI wood joist floor, or perhaps a lighter stick built wall. We do have other attachments, and if we can't get the structure out of the floor and we aren't able to cantilever from that, so we do that by adding 4-point connections. So one of the ways we can do that is by adding brackets, and by using the tie wire, we can actually keep the balcony rigid, control the moment forces by bringing the load basically to the wall. So on the left hand side is probably the most elegant solution of having the tie wire terminate near handrail level. And on the right is probably more of a thermally efficient, fewest penetrations method of that, where it's using a bracket for the base or the cassette, and it's using the same bracket on the level above to support or hold the moment forces with the tie bar. So two different variations if we don't have a floor anchor option. Another little, let's say, a lighter weight or a lighter version of that is we also have built a hook-on balcony. So just with simple 2 stainless steel penetrations per level, we were able to hook the balcony and use a light tie wire system again to secure the balcony to the supports on the level above. So if we're looking for extremely thermally efficient, or any, I believe this was a unitized or modular facade, we have solutions for that as well. Another innovative solution is Sapphire's 4-point hook-on system. So this can be done by either embedding structure within a panelized facade or unitized facade, or by adding wind posts via steel or glulam structure beams to within the wall assembly itself. The balcony can then be hooked on the 4 points and effectively using the side walls as the stress skins, effectively as the tie bar, the support, and the front or the face could be picket glass, any of the sort, but just showing you another anchor option. Another, or a final anchoring technique or a point could be using precast concrete. So we do have the ability, and we will choreograph with a third-party manufacturer to inset or embed our interfacing templates directly into that. So again, just another option. Now, outside of the anchoring of the system itself, we'll talk about the cassette, or the structure of the unit. So the cassette has a few key characteristics. Firstly, it has flow-through flooring. So whether we have planks or pavers, we have 6 mil gaps between all of the deck boards. Moisture flows and lands in the soffit tray approximately 300 mils below. The soffit tray has a slight slope on it. It catches the moisture and brings it away from the building and out past the unit below. Here you're seeing the cassette unit on flipped upside down, and seeing the soffit tray here. So the soffit trays are in 400 mil widths, that exactly with our the structure of the cassette unit. And they're essentially a inverted standing seam roof with 400 mil panels essentially interlocking, creating a water tray or a waterproof surface for the water or the moisture to travel on. So we've witnessed several things, but most of the videos have illustrated projecting balconies. Earlier we talked about an inset balcony being more susceptible to thermal bridging as it's connected on all 3 sides. We also have the ability of doing glide-on or modular balconies in an inset application. So this animation will kind of walk you through a general install of an inset balcony. So as just as original, and this is illustrating a concrete build, we will place our embeds. We will do the shuttering and bracing as required, and instead of pouring the balcony, we will create a void to not pour the balcony. The embeds are similarly, the embeds are cast. The thermal break is on the edge. And then you'll either see a stub or a long arm installation. This animation being European based, you can see it does have a scaffold, as most of their builds do have external access. Sapphire has innovated a very neat little safety platform in these instances to improve accessibility around the site. So as the building's being built, your building's complete, your installation's complete, your envelopes wrapped, your water's sealed, you're tight. We are on the cold, wet side of construction at this point. For an inset balcony, the guard railing or balustrating only needs to be used on the face side, and we can continue to use the facade on either the right or left as protection. The balcony does have adjustability. So we have 20 millimeters in all directions, meaning X, Y, Z, as well as in, out. And there is level adjustability, just like you'd find on your kitchen appliances as far as all four sides. His animation is showing the moisture management. So again, all the moisture flows through the floor, lands in the soffit trays, and gets carried out to the exterior of the building. There is a couple variations. We've just discussed the edge drain method. So here you're just seeing a side view or a section view. The moisture flows through, lands in the soffit tray. The soffit tray is directed away from the envelope of the building. The other method we have is a pipe drain or pipe drain, where simply the flow or the gravity is reversed, where the soffit trays are going backwards towards a pipe collection system. So most often we would encourage edge drainage, as it is the most simple and effective solution. However, code does require pipe drainage in certain instances. One of them in BC, if you're not covered or you don't have a canopy or your top floor is not covered, it is a requirement or is a code requirement. So it might have to be a possibility there. So due to the fact that we have flow-through flooring and the water catchment or the moisture management is in the soffit system, we don't require that large threshold or step over for moisture management. So you can see on the left that a sapphire balcony can be made or fit to have accessible or wheelchair accessible level flooring. On the right, you can see the illustration on the right is showing if you have, let's say, a conventional window wall style construction, where you have let's say a mechanical ventilation or a bulkhead that's right below the balcony. In that case, in this instance, if you were required to be level with the bottom of the slab, we might have to actually lift that 340 mil up a little. So it might be upwards to 125 mil above the slab. Obviously, above the slab, you'd add some flooring or some topper on there. But just saying, depending on the type of build and how we navigate that 340 mil, we definitely have the ability for accessible floor. As far as flooring is concerned, there's several different options. Due to the Grenfell fire and the requirement of new non-combustible forms of building material, Sapphire sister company MyDeck developed an aluminum or extruded aluminum flooring system. So the aluminum or the extruded aluminum flooring system does come with a grooved surface on it, and it also comes in an anti-slip powder coating finish that can be done in any RAL color. We also have the ability to sublimate things like a wood grain print on it in our Natural line. The other option for flooring, and my preferred, my favorite, is the Luxura flooring. So it's a mineral composite. It's extremely dense Class A1 non-combustible product that has a little wood grain or textured surface to the top. So that comes in a couple different color options in planks as well as pavers. Now, finally, or the last component we'll discuss is the guard railing or balustrading option that is attached to the cassette. Now we have several different options available as far as choices on guard railing. I prefer the frameless glass, as it gives the most best aesthetics, I think, and the least obstructed visual. But we also have a variation of vertical bar balustrades, and we can do solid wall post systems as well as privacy screens. Our glass is point fixed, meaning it's fastened directly through the glass into the aluminum cassette structure. So on the right, you can see the point fixed, which is more of the exposed hardware fastening the glass, and on the left, it's still the same way. It's still a point fixed method. It just simply has a fascia trim over top, concealing the fasteners. So as you can see in here, still the same method. It's still point fixed glass on the frameless. They just add a little standoff, and spray a metal fascia cover to conceal the hardware. And with the frameless glass, most often you do see clear glass. There is other options with that, meaning we can do screen printing on the glass, opaque glass, bird-friendly glass, and we're even working on options of photovoltaic glass for the hopes of a net positive balcony. This photo is quite lovely, showing a frameless glass build, but something you'll notice is that it also has a tie wire. So this has a tie wire because this is an extremely long projecting balcony. I believe it's about 2.7 meters compared to our comfortable spot of 1.8. So we can do custom balconies and other, let's say other custom orders. It just might require additional bracing or additional anchoring to make sure all that weight can be supported and again that it can be rigid. I love this photo for several reasons. One of them being, you probably noticed there's a balcony missing out of the stack. So I like to describe Sapphire as micro modular and macro modular. So macro modular meaning that at any point, just as simply as they are installed, a balcony unit, for whatever reason, it can be removed and replaced in approximately the same amount of time. Sapphire balconies are not sequentially installed, meaning we can start at the top, work our way down, and actually, as you can see right here, pull a balcony right out of the middle of the stack. This building was finished, completed, and some tenant or someone had a beanbag chair on their balcony that a cigarette had ended up combusting or lighting. It made a heck of a mess, and there was a lot of damage. So it was simpler or easier for us to replace that entire unit, and exactly as described, just removing the unit and replacing it with this exact specification. So I call that kind of the macro modular. The micro modular portion of it, nothing. Every portion or every piece of the Sapphire balcony is mechanically fastened. Nothing's welded, nothing's fixed in place. As far as a replacement procedure, we can replace every single picket, every glass panel, every soffit tray on every single component if maintenance should need to be from the unit itself. So that's kind of the micro modular bit is we can replace or fix every individual component, or in a larger scale, we can remove the entire component and simply replace that. We also have vertical bar balustrades. So this is an aluminum picket that are mechanically fastened within the cassette themselves, as well as on the top rail. Just another picture here showing a lovely vertical bar or picket railing in equal spacing. We'll also show later we can do a patterned variation of the vertical bars for things like solar shading or just a little bit of extra charm. So from the user's perspective, we can see the floor with the 6 mil gap between the drainage. Around the edge on pickets, we have a standard 50 mil upstand. That's just to prevent anyone from knocking keys or kicking their wallet off by accident. The top rail has a slight bevel back towards user's interface, again just as a safety precaution. and as mentioned, the top rail is or everything is mechanically fastened. 50 of one unit than to build 50 individual units. So the more of a certain type of unit we can build, the economy of scale drives that per unit or the per meter cost down. Rectangular balconies, you see a lot of rectangular balconies. It's really easy to work with our cassette style structure. But we're not limited to, let's say, the squared off ends. We can detail those as well to radius corners as well as chamfered if we'd like the details. But the basic rectangular cassette shape works well. What doesn't fit the profile so well? So firstly, posts or structural posts, maybe if they're trying to support the roof, it's difficult for a glide-on system to try to go, we want as least obstruction as possible. A cassette balcony cannot be used in a terracing situation or over habitable spaces. There's nothing to glide on. So in those situations, we can provide matching my deck flooring in those areas with a floor system, and also offer matching balustrading to those areas. However, we just we simply couldn't do a modular application. Any sort of architectural connections or connecting, let's say, our third party connecting one balcony to the next. As you can see in the photos, we prefer the ability to, to be able to remove a unit individually. What does not fit the profile as well is a winter garden. So the glass or a top, a glass sealed unit, basically from either railing to above or floor to ceiling. And finally, very complex curves or sweeping shapes. Unless it's highly repetitive, it would be highly costly and quite difficult to do with a Sapphire system. Sapphire uses an advanced design configuration software called Coach, very similar to what, let's say, IKEA did to kitchen design with their kitchen configurator. Sapphire has really duplicated something as powerful or more powerful and special. So it's an advanced configuration software that aids in engineering, design, layout, helps build the spec, and also aids in us turning around a pricing package very rapidly. Another picture I'd like to illustrate, as it hadn't been touched on, we've talked about projecting balconies, walkways, insets. Another very interesting option is outside corner balconies. So this can be created by building the cassette on a 45-degree mitered bias, and you can actually see arms, or the glide-on arms, one's cast at the 45. So that's actually the seaming or the mending plate which joins the miter together. So essentially, wrap around outside corners, walkways, insets, and projecting balconies, we do have solutions for. Our promise to the industry is quite simple. When we design, we are going to be your sole point of contact from the very beginning and the pre-design, pre-construction stages, all the way until the finalized installation and sign-off of completion. So we guarantee that when we install our balconies, they are going to be rigid. They will be designed to L over 360, and we agree they're going to be ready before the agreed date. So as your building is being constructed, the balconies will be manufactured, waiting for installation at the exact time they're required. Finally, they will be snag-free. So through various QR and QC processes, in our experience, we can guarantee the delivery and successful installation of the balconies every time. This now concludes our session on understanding glide-on and modular balconies. I'd like to thank everyone very much for choosing to learn more and joining us today. If you have any projects that would possibly align with our system, you'd like to learn a little bit more, please don't hesitate to contact me directly. My information is below. Thank you very much.
So hello, everybody. My name is Mark Johansson. I work for Payco, and I'm here to talk to you guys about our Delta Beam product. Before I start presenting, I'd like to thank Sapphire and Kevin for organizing the presentation and for their event. So thank you very much for inviting me to present our solution at your Balcony Showdown. So my name's Mark. I mentioned I work for Payco. We're actually originally a Finnish company. So we started off in Finland. Still today, the lion's share of our business is in Europe. But 16 years ago, we started in North America. So we've been doing our Delta Beam solution in North America for about 15 years, pretty much across Canada and the US. And I myself, I've been working for the company for 14 years. So I started off at the company and we were still this Europeans trying to make it in North America. So it's been interesting to see the evolution from doing nothing to doing many projects. So this is what we've done so far, specifically in Ontario. So we do a lot of projects between London and Toronto. That's the area where we do the most. It's the area where there's the most hollow core producers. So we naturally fit very well with precast concrete. So it's kind of a natural fit for us. But we've gone also out to Ottawa, basically all across Southern Ontario. We've done projects with our Delta Beam. Just a few examples of projects we have ongoing. And so one project in Hamilton, affordable housing project, combination of the precast Delta Beam and wide flange steel columns. In this case, a 6-story building. Another project that's just finishing off now, it's a four building development with Mattamy Homes in Ottawa. So buildings A and D are going up, and buildings B and C will be going up next year. So another really nice, really large scale project with Mattamy. So Delta Beam, what is it? Delta Beam, it's a specialized steel beam that is combined with prefabricated slabs, such as what you see here, and allows for a shallow assembly that's fire rated. So Delta Beam is integrated in the slab. You've got no beams below your slab. And you've got this integrated fire rating, so you don't need to do any kind of fireproofing on site. So we're combined with concrete, steel, and wood. The most common type of system we're combined is concrete. So these hollow core slabs. So prefabricated slabs, especially in Ontario, you've got maybe 11 million square feet of hollow core produced a year. You've got 5 producers who can cater to your product. So it's a really readily available slab system. But we also combine with ComSlab, which is a great up-and-coming deep steel deck system that fits well with us, and also mass timber. So mass timber, I would say, is more for institutional type buildings and maybe high-end office buildings. And so for residential, you would see more so hollow core and ComSlab. The installation of 4 steps on site typically starts with columns and beams. We try to have continuous beams with single-story columns. That's the most efficient way to use our system. You've got a continuous support for the slab. You can do cantilevers within your building. So there's a lot of benefits to doing this continuous beam with single-story columns. And by the way, the extent to which we can be involved in the project is we will design and supply your frame. So we design and supply all your columns and all your beams. And then our system is installed either by a steel erector or by a precaster, the same precaster doing the slabs. Step 2 is the hollow core. So as you're installing hollow core, the Delta Beam is integrated in the slab. So that's really the main benefit of our system, is not having a beam below your slab. If you got a nice flush assembly or flat slab, a lot like what you would get with cast in place concrete. And there is some rebar that needs to be dropped through the beam. There's no welding of rebar. It's just dropped through the beam and projects on each side into the slab. Step 3 is the concreting. So the beam is actually filled with concrete. It becomes a composite beam. And it also, this is how we achieve our integrated fire rating. So by having the beam full of concrete, we can reach up to 4 hours of integrated fire rating. No fireproofing required on site. And the mix we need is a 30 mpm mix, half-inch aggregate, something that's very liquid. Usually we ask for like a 9-inch slump. So this is important step, third step of our system. And finally, the last step, which is really typically not a structural step and typically more related to the slab than the beam, is the topping. So usually what we see is a self-leveling skim coat, kind of like what you see here. So you don't necessarily have a thick topping. Usually what we see is something that's rather light. It can either be cement based or it can be gypsum based. So it's a very liquid mix just to cover the imperfections of hollow core slabs. Overall, the result is something that's very similar to traditional concrete, really. So with our system, you've got a column and slab system, very few walls in your way within your structure, a lot like what you would get with cast in place concrete. You've got a nice flush assembly, no beam protruding below your slab, no drop panels around your columns, a lot like what you would get with traditional flat slab concrete. And finally, you've got this integrated fire rating. So we do composite, we do the Atlant columns, which you see here, and then combined with Delta beam. So you've got the full frame that's fire rated combined with typically hollow core slab. So really, we like to say we're the best alternative to traditional concrete. And really, with our system, you've got a fast construction that allows for the same qualities as concrete. Just a quick note on the cost of our system. So we've got a project going up right now in St. Catharines. It's a 15-story apartment building. And on this project, the client, they're called Nickel Developments. Our client told us they were paying about $50 a square foot for the entire structure. So that $50 a square foot is including the columns, the delta beam, the slab system. So in this case, they're using slab, concrete walls for the lateral stability. So the whole thing, the whole skeleton is coming up to $50 a square foot. Recently, from contractors we speak to in Toronto, the cost for cast in place has been about $70 a square foot. And maybe in the room, people can confirm or say that maybe it's a little lower than this. But for what we've heard, it's about $70 a square foot. And if you're including a large basement, it might be even $80 a square foot. So just looking at those numbers with our system, if you got an efficient layout, kind of like what we saw on the St. Catharines project, you can really save money. So beyond the fact that we've got a fast construction, we've got a shallow assembly that's fire rated, all these characteristics, beyond all that, you can save money and make a building that's actually cheaper by using Delta Beam. Now on to the main event, your Balcony Showdown. So Sapphire Balconies, how do they integrate with Delta Beam? It's quite simple. But I'd like to start by saying we promote Sapphire. Every time I talk about Delta Beam, I'm presenting Delta Beam to architects and engineers in Ontario, in New England, in Boston. I'm always talking about Sapphire. So it's just a great system that fits well. For one, it fits well with Delta Beam. And I would say also it allows for a lot of benefits because really prefabricated systems like ours, honestly, balconies are a challenge. It's sometimes difficult to achieve what you would do with cast in place concrete. But with Sapphire, I would say that you achieve exactly what you would do with cast in place and even better. So the quality of the balcony is guaranteed. You've got a really fast installation, better performance, especially thermal performance. So yeah, essentially, we're always promoting Sapphire in our presentations. So on site, how it works, it all starts with the edge beam. So Delta beam, you've got these intermediate beams, but as soon as you're on your perimeter, you're using these edge beams that you can see here. So essentially doing all the perimeter of your building. They're used to have floor to ceiling windows, for example. So usually when we're doing projects, we take on all the beams of a project. And intermediate beams, kind of easier for your HVAC system, for many things really, for intermediate beams. For the edge beams, it's especially nice to have a floor to ceiling windows, so to have completely unobstructed space at your edge. So when combining with Sapphire, it's pretty simple. we actually add this steel plate on the edge of our beam. The actual plate is added at our plant. So when we're delivering Delta Beam, the beam will be delivered with this additional plate like you see here. And we'll have this bolt pattern that fits with Sapphire stubs. So this bolt pattern will match with this little stub that's supplied by Sapphire to connect our balconies. So usually these stubs, they'll be delivered on site on a crate the same time as Delta Beam, and they'll be installed at man's height. So they'll be installed on the ground before you're actually swinging steel in place. So it's going to be easier to install on site. Once they've been installed once these stubs have been installed, you're swinging beams in place. So kind of like the sequence that I showed earlier, you're starting by installing columns, and then you move on to installing beams on site. So you're dropping beams in place, the same sequence that you would without the stub. So it's pretty simple and not really changing any major aspect of installation of our system on site. One thing that I would say that we really like about the system is also the fact that you're installing balconies after the fact. So you've got a lot of work that's being done until you've installed beams, slabs. You even got many other trades that have come on and done their work until you get to the balcony system. So it's kind of easier to coordinate, easier to schedule to come on site and install the balconies with these sort of little stubs that are just sticking out through your cladding. Then the balconies. So as I mentioned before, the Sapphire balconies, they're a light product, so it's really easy to connect to our system. It's easy to connect anywhere on the perimeter. And so in the past, we've done projects with cantilever balconies that were heavy, I would say, and that were really not flexible. They had to be installed in one specific location, and especially they needed to be lined up with columns. So you need to have these columns at specific locations for the structure, but then you need to have them there for the balcony also, and that can be a challenge, a flexibility challenge. So where you're installing your balconies, you're stuck with that location. Whereas with Sapphire, you're really just connecting them to the side of the beam. It can be anywhere along the beam, so it's really a lot more simple. And I'm sure maybe Kevin's discussed this before, the remote locking device, how it works. So it's a really innovative approach to installing balconies. So you're dropping the balcony in place, the RLD matches with the stub, and you remotely
Hello,
connect the
everyone.
balcony
We
with
hope
the
you've been
stub on
enjoying
site.
your lunch. So now we are ready to
And then
head back
finally,
into the
you've
action. The
got
showdown is going to
final installation of
continue.
the balcony.
So
So final
please
fixing
kindly
after roll connection. That's site pretty simple operation. Once per balcony. And yeah, we're just again on Sapphire balconies. We are looking at several projects with Sapphire, some in Ottawa, some in Toronto, and it's just a great solution to have standard balconies, better performance, faster installation. We really strongly suggest using Sapphire balconies, and it can be combined with wood, concrete, or steel. So different options for you guys. So thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them. Sorry, I wasn't able to make it to the presentation face to face. I had prior engagements. I'm actually traveling to the US this week. But thank you for your time, and I hope it was interesting information. Maybe if you've got any questions, please transfer them to me, maybe Kevin, through the web. So thank you, and have a nice rest of your Balcony Showdown.
welcome back, everyone. Thank you for tuning back in for the Sapphire Balcony Showdown event. I am back here with the blue team and the white team, and the competition is pretty intense. The blue team is leading by a long slide, so let's check in and see what they feel about that. Blue team, how you feeling?
Feel great. These guys aren't doing so well. 6-0. Just like every sport against him.
All right, white team does look to be very slow and disappointing on your end, unfortunately. How are you feeling at this point?
These adjectives are really hurting my self-confidence, but we'll just keep plugging on, keep our heads in the game for a strong finish this second period.
Right, and any words from you you'd like to share?
No, I'm good.
All right, well, Thank you, everyone. We will be resuming shortly, and we are going to touch base with Nick here. What do we have coming up?
So we'll be continuing the showdown. The concrete balcony looks to be fairly well progressed now. The handrail will be going on and the fixings finished off. We'll be starting to use a slightly different technology now on the balcony from a Sapphire point of view, the Future Ready balcony. We'll be using a counterbalance lifter. What this does is it offsets the crane hook, so balconies can be installed underneath each other if it was on a taller building with a stack of balconies, for example. But it also gives flexibility to enable an easier movement because of the using the weights versus the weight of the balcony. So what you'll see is a green counterbalance lifter. It's a unique technology designed and created by Sapphire, and you'll be seeing that shortly on the main live stream. Back over to you guys.
All right, that is something you do not want to miss, so be sure to continue watching the Balcony Showdown. everyone. My name is Mauve, and we are back continuing to learn about the incredible developments of the Showdown event. I have with me Murray, who's been doing a wonderful job in keeping tabs on the amount of installations the blue team have been raking up there. So, Murray, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Murray Hone. I'm the business development manager. I'm from North America. I'm Vancouver based and out here for the Showdown. Couldn't miss it for the world.
Awesome. And why don't you give us a little status update on what's happening here right now?
Yeah, we've the conventional balcony is just kind of wrapping up or tightening up some of the glass, doing some final adjustments on the aluminum side. And Sapphire has successfully done 7 installations already.
That is amazing. So we do have a few special questions here for you right now that all pertain to speed of these installations. And talk, how many balconies have you actually achieved overall in a single day for Sapphire?
It's a great question. As far as the fastest single day, we've done 62 balconies, 110 over a 2-day period. That was our best day. I'd like to try to beat it someday again.
I bet you guys will at this rate. And could you illustrate how this solution potentially accelerates construction timelines and how this might be beneficial for developers?
Yeah, there's a lot of scheduling with labor trades. You obviously need certain components completed in order to progress in the project. So just simplifying everything into a single, easily installed product is it's just a dream for scheduling trades. Just available workers that are skilled available workers. It just kind of reduces that whole factor.
Yes, good for developers and residents who are anxiously waiting for the construction to be complete, right? So presumably shortening the program means there are benefits, especially for rentals. Is this correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a big benefit is the speed or the rate of installation. I mean, we can get occupancy. We don't need the railings to be complete. Once the balcony's on, we're ready to go. So once the balcony in a conventional mean, as you see, they're constructing building railings. Those need to be tested. They need to be completed. The building needs to be completed before you can actually get occupancy. So the advantageous, as soon as the balconies are on, the balcony is safe to stand on. It's ready to be occupied. Quicker heads in beds.
Yes, exactly. So thank you so much, Murray, for sharing all of that with us today. And we're looking forward to seeing this count continue to go. All right. Great job. Nice. Good work. Okay. And just a reminder, everyone, to try to stay clear of the dust just as they're sweeping it off the balcony there. Just be sure to look and see where it's going. Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing up there? I am back here with Dravka from Sapphire Balconies. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dravka. I am the campaign marketing manager for Sapphire Balconies.
It's very exciting here, isn't it? Is it all demonstrating what you expected?
Absolutely. I mean, we installed 7 balconies while these guys they're still sweeping some dust and cutting railings. So definitely think so.
Yes, definitely falling behind. So talk us through the top 5 benefits of this next generation of balconies.
So the next gen is faster, safer, kinder to the environment. It gives more possibilities, and it's also lighter.
All incredibly important things to consider. What is it that makes Sapphire different from others?
Sapphire's main strength, I think, is innovation. We also care. We care about the community, but we also care about what we do. And Sapphire is safe pair of hands.
You can definitely see that. And ESG is becoming so much more important across the world, but particularly here in North America. What is Sapphire doing about ESG?
We actually launched our Vision 2030 last month. We've committed to science-based targets, and we're currently undergoing accreditation for past 2060.
Very nice. Well, thank you so much for chatting with me and sharing all of that. Thank you guys for continuing to watch. All right. Hello, everyone. And we also just wanted to mention we do have flyers that you can pick up from anyone with Sapphire in the green lanyards. There are some great flyers that we want you all to have today. So be sure to grab those as well.
planning to.
Am I chatting with them?
That's what we thought you were doing.
Process. Hello, everyone. We are up here today on the platform right now. We are joining the white team and asking them how they're feeling about the development of their balcony at this point.
Still feeling good. We had some minor alterations we had to make here, but other than that, confident. Still confident.
And do you feel sometimes the process gets a little tedious and unnecessary with all these steps you're doing?
Yes. Tedious and unnecessary 100% of the time. Always.
All the time? Yeah.
No, things happen, right? Like these were a little long, so we had to cut them to length and
Moving parts. Now, what do you have left to do for this balcony?
snap that on. We're going to do a little painting.
Painting as well, right? Okay.
We do it all, Mauve. We do it all.
And looking at the blue team, what are some things that, or features that you guys wish that you had on your side to help you?
I wish I had Gabe's hair. His youthful good looks. No, that whole system looks a lot easier by the time we've got this one thing almost together. They've done it 60 times now. What is it up to? Yeah. I've been so focused on my work, I haven't had time to look around. What is that, 7, 8?
I think 8 right now, right? 9, wow.
9's not bad for a couple of amateurs. I would have had 15 by now, but I got handicapped with this crap job, so.
Exactly. We want the Sapphire balconies instead. So thank you so much for taking the time out and keep up the good work in completing your first balcony. All right. Shortly, we will interview the blue team.
You need to step over here too, right? If you can't see the guy down there.
Oh, yes, there we go.
He can't see you.
Correct.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, and now we are back with Team Blue, who has been racing through their installations. So how are you guys feeling right now, confidence-wise, with the showdown?
Pretty confident. Been going on super easy, flown really nice. Again, it's my first time doing this, so once I get a hand of it, then I'm sure I'll be flying these up like nothing. But
And do you feel it's been very quick to learn this type of process? It's been very simple?
Oh yeah, it's very simple, and we just feel bad for the white team for crushing them.
They seem to be struggling there. And how many balconies have you done so far? Is it 8 or 9?
9, I believe. Yeah, this is the 9th here.
And that's in a span of 2 or 3 hours, right? So pretty incredible work at this rate that you guys are doing. And what process are you at right now, right here?
We got the bolted connections in, so we're taking off the Sapphire machines. Gonna get our last bolt in, take off the hooks, and throw on the floorboards.
Very awesome. Well, thank you so much for letting us take a little look here. Keep up the incredible work. So it has been incredible to see how much the blue team has been sweeping the board in collecting all of those installations. As you can see, it is 9-0 right now as the white team is still working on completing their first balcony. And I was just up there on the platform chatting with both teams, and it just seems, the white team has a lot of different steps involved in their traditional installation practices. So it truly is amazing to witness the future ready balconies fully on display in this showdown. So thank you so much, everyone, for continuing to watch. I am here in the Sapphire showroom located in Toronto with Sapphire President Luke Houghton. Luke, how's it been going today?
Yeah, we've been very pleased with the turnout. There's been some absolutely excellent representation.
Is it still an issue? No static, we're good.
We are back inside the Sapphire showroom located in Toronto, and I'm sitting here with the Sapphire President Luke Houghton. So, Luke, why don't you tell us about the vision of Sapphire?
Thanks very much. Yeah, the vision for Sapphire is to be the balcony of choice globally. So that means we're 100% focused on balconies, and we believe that's how we can be best in the world at one thing. So that's the mission we're on.
Yes, I can see that. And what is Sapphire really passionate about?
So innovation is in our DNA really as a company, and we pride ourselves on some of the innovations we've brought out to date. But it's a continual thing that we've really set up and streamlined and processed within the business. So there's ideas always being worked on, something always being tested. So watch this space, and we're looking forward to making the product suitable for the North American market and much more.
Yes, and you've really touched upon Sapphire's unique approach. So, can you talk about your drive for innovation?
Well, I think as a company, we're a disruptor. We don't like to fit inside a standard mold because we always believe there is a better way out there. And I'll go back 10 years when we did our first steel balcony job in the UK market, and the way that the balconies were done was unsafe. There was a lack of tolerance The performance of the end balcony was not great, and that caused us to get thinking, and we came out with the glide-on balcony, which we have patented around the world, and we've developed that range since then into several different iterations of that to make the product applicable for a number of different building construction methods.
Wonderful. And just digging into that more, how do Sapphire's future-ready balconies differentiate from traditional methods?
I think there's many ways, and when we talk about traditional, I guess we're talking firstly about concrete balconies. So we would say that they're a lot lighter, up to 80% lighter. So that can have a huge impact on the building superstructure and the weight that needs to be taken, even translating into thousands of tons on a high-rise building. But we can also say the safety is improved. So our methodology to the installation approach has been to keep installers inside the building, away from live crane operation, so there's not risk of finger traps or even small fixings being dropped over the edge of a building. So we've really tried to take the safety up a level. And then you can look at the thermal break aspect of the product as well. So it's demanded in British and European standards, but we know it's on the horizon as well for the Canadian market here with the step code changes. So I could go on, but there's a lot of different ways it differentiates. Yeah.
That is so great to hear. And we are going to take a little quick break, and we'll be back to chat more. I'm here outside the Sapphire showroom in Toronto, and I am with Sapphire President Luke Houghton. So, Luke, please tell us the vision for Sapphire.
Thank you. Yeah, our vision as a business is to be the balcony of choice globally. And what that means for us is that we are 100% focused on balconies. And with that, we believe we can be the world leader.
Thank you so much for your time and joining us. And please tell us, what is Sapphire passionate about?
So in our DNA as a company is innovation. We've invented many things along the journey, and these disruptors really have led to some great progress in the different markets and the industries that we're working in. So that's what we're passionate about, and we'll always keep innovating.
Yes, it is incredible to hear your unique approach. And we just want to hear further, particularly about your drive for innovation and seeing what you have been able to make with the balconies.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we've done a lot of innovations over the years. So if we go back 10 years, we were asked to install some steel balconies in the UK market. And by doing that, we found all the problems with the way that was done. So that was health and safety. It was a lack of tolerance. It was heavy structures we were working with. And the speed was not as good as it could be. So those kind of real problems or needs, the opportunities in the market drive us to innovate. And so we like to... We've got an innovation team as well. So innovation is not just random acts of ideas that suddenly happen. It's a process that we continually strive to do better, to bring new things to market, keep up with current trends and so forth.
Yes, it sounds deeply thought out. And what would you say truly differentiates the future-ready balconies from the traditional methods?
So I guess we're thinking of concrete balconies when we say traditional. Firstly, there would be the weight of the balcony. So they're about 80% lighter than a concrete balcony using the aluminum structure. So that can have a huge impact, especially when you're looking at high rise. You can be several thousand a ton less needed on the structure of the building. But it also, there's the safety benefits as well. No leading edge work, no harness work. We try and keep the installers safe inside the building, away from danger points where their fingers could get trapped by crane operations. And then there's loose materials like bolts, etc. The method we've got doesn't rely on loose fixings, so you're not going to get those dropping over the edge of the building. And thermal breaks is another part of the product. So we're ahead of the trend in some markets when it comes to sustainability and bringing down the carbon footprint. But I could go on. There's a lot of benefits to talk about.
Yes. Yes, there truly seems to be. I've been speaking with a lot of people today about these future-ready balconies, and a lot of them have been saying how it addresses construction problems currently in Toronto right now. For example, the green standard requirements. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so we can see it on the horizon in this market. I mean, it's already mandated in Europe and UK, so we have to provide thermal breaks there. But we have a solution for when the Canadian market's ready to embrace that. But I'd say the scope of this product goes way beyond just providing thermal benefits. So regardless of that, there's a business case for these balconies in the Canadian market.
Right. And can you give us kind of the current situation of Sapphire's operations and its strategic approach in the Canadian market?
Yeah, sure. So we've gone about proactively setting up our supply chain locally. I'm here today at one of our partners who will be assisting us with the production and storage of balconies in the local area. We also have accredited installers lined up to cover the country. And our strategic approach is really to collaborate and to work with developers and general contractors to understand their needs, not to have an approach that we've already got a product that's can't be refined further, but to again embrace that innovation, tweak it as needed to suit the needs here. But yeah, we're ready to go, and we've already got projects in progress.
Definitely. And just generally right now, where do you see the balcony market going?
So I think we touched on thermal already. So I think there will be a need to thermally break balconies in the future. But I guess as the standards are set, by using products like prefabricated balconies, it's quite likely that the industry will move further in that direction, away from traditional methods as they see the benefits coming through. But I think that answered your question, does it?
Right. There are truly so many benefits that we have seen coming through today. So thank you for speaking with us about those in detail and for showcasing this incredible future-ready balcony behind us here today. So it's been a pleasure chatting with you, Luke, and thank you all for continuing to watch. Bye. All right, we are here now with the white team. Would you please do the honors? As they have finally finished their first balcony. Woo! As you can see, in comparison, the blue team with the future ready balcony methods definitely sweep the board. So for both of you, just looking at the score, would you prefer to continue with your traditional methods or try the more innovative method instead?
I think I'd go with the more innovative method.
Right. And what about you?
It's debatable. I mean,
Is it?
Nothing against the debate, the more innovative system, but I just prefer doing old style.
All right. Well, as we can see here, the benefits far outweigh in terms of speed, safety, as everything we have reviewed today with the incredible Sapphire balconies. So we are here at the end of an exciting showdown. We have a winner, and they have not disappointed. Another gem in the Sapphire crown. So congratulations from all of us. And well, this brings us to a close of the Sapphire Showdown. Now let me hand it over to Nick Houghton of Sapphire, who will now wrap up this amazing event for us.
So thank you everyone for joining us today, both on live stream and here in person in Toronto. We'll welcome anyone back to the showroom. If you've seen it from afar and want to come and visit, feel free. We're very glad and very proud to have won the Balcony Showdown here in North America and look forward to discussing it on many of your future projects. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for those who have streamed in live from afar. Thank you very much, and goodbye from us here in Toronto.
Today we're launching our 2030 vision. It's the first time we've launched it formally, and we'll also be seeing lots more of this in the future as well. And I'm going to give you a bit of a whistle-stop tour really as to kind of what our approach is and why we're taking that approach, and then also looking at what the parts and the pathway really which form our ESG vision are. So as a bit of an introduction into today, there's really three aspects of it. Firstly, we'll be looking at that approach we've chosen and the alternative approaches which are out there, if you like. We'll also be looking at what we've already done, and then we'll be looking at the, as I say, the roadmap into the future. So one of the first things we've realised when we started doing quite a thorough piece of research on this is this kind of a big scale of activity with ESG. But one on the left-hand side of this scale here, you've got this focus on the now, which ultimately is very much about just doing the minimal amount to pay lip service to something, or in worse terms, if you like, actually greenwashing, intentionally misleading, because it's easier to do that than it is to actually invest in a proper ESG strategy. And I've seen a few smiles. I'm sure you've all seen these kind of statements. You know, we offer our customers the chance to offset the embodied carbon. You always wonder how many customers, if any, have ever bought credits from that sort of business. And again, net zero cradle to grave, is it actually a possible reality? Carbon neutral maybe if you're buying enough offsets, but is net zero, as we've already looked at with Andrew's presentation. The opposite end of the scale, and really this is a direction which Sapphire are very much intending to go in, is making it a fundamental part of the activity, and not just the activity, but the culture which underpins everything the business is doing. And that really depends on two things. It's really having a firm culture in the first place, but secondly, aligning the ESG vision with that strong culture and the beliefs of the company in a direction. Because from what we've researched and from what we've already discovered in the previous year of activity in this, really, is ESG is very much a journey. But it's like a journey on an underground map. There's lots of starting points, and there's lots of end points as well. And we might be able to identify where we are today, and that's obviously the first step in the ESG arena, if you like. But really choosing that destination is not a very easy thing. It could be choosing something very much focused on the climate. It could be on any aspect of the ESG. It might not even be choosing an ESG approach, but more of a CSR approach or something like that. So that was really the first one, and working out how ambitious do we want to be, because it is a journey. It's not a destination you're reaching quickly. And ultimately, if you're just moving one stop, really, you're probably on a journey of greenwashing. So that's one of the first things which we identified, really. So establishing where we were has involved measuring our scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, understanding where we are as a business right now and have been over the last few years. A lot of work involved in doing that. And then obviously setting up a series of strategies to actually reduce these numbers. For example, one of the things which we've done a lot of is actually investing in EVs and the infrastructure for charging that. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. Yes, we have offset the remaining emissions there to actually balance up that scale. And yes, theoretically we're carbon neutral, but it's not something we shout about. Why? Because carbon neutral really is just one of those points on the journey to net zero, and the net zero is very much our focus. Second point is the roadmap, and I'll be talking you through that, but it's identifying those impactful things which can be done. It's looking at what our objectives are and the values and the way we're going to measure those, and also publishing it so it's transparent and obvious at what we're doing. And thirdly, then demonstrating with evidence at every step of the journey to show that we're actually making meaningful progress. So far, one of the, from an E part of the ESG, the environmental and climate aspect of it, we've been very much committed to ISO 14001, and that continues to be the case. And we originally got it in 2009, so we've held it for over a decade already. Certainly reducing and offsetting any remaining residual emissions, if you like, will continue to be the case as we move forward to a true net zero approach. And as I mentioned, financially incentivizing and investing. So for EVs, for example, we financially incentivize our staff here to choose that over a combustion engine. And unsurprisingly, the majority of cars now in our fleet, and continue to be so, the ones which we purchased or leased, continue to be EV vehicles. So it's quite an encouraging way of actually giving a better experience for staff, but also likewise reducing emissions and carbon footprint. From a social value point of view, social value has always been very close to our heart. As Tanya touched on at the beginning, the ATW Group's mantra is innovation to prosper the community. And that social value is a massive part of the community which we're creating value in. So as a few examples of that, investing in people has been very close to our heart in terms of actually supporting people, especially at times of need, whether that's physical need or whether that's supporting people in terms of education and progress. But one of the things we've done for quite a long while and continue to do is measure both our customer experience all the way through, step by step, every stage of the of each project, with the NPS rating, which NPS is much more difficult to achieve than a high rating of like a 98% customer satisfaction score. We also do the same with our staff as well. So we're regularly asking for feedback, and we're tweaking our strategies and the policies and so on to actually improve that staff NPS rating, because that's very much close to our hearts. Supporting charities is something which up until a few years ago we didn't really shout about. It's been something we've done a lot of, but we wanted to very much make sure that it was being done because we believed in it, not as a PR piece. We choose a new charity amongst the staff every quarter, and that's the charity which we will donate to. I believe at the moment it's the Crash Construction Charity, if I'm correct. And that's during last year, we donated 0.35 million to charities, and we also 10x any staff donations. So any, for example, if a staff member gave £10, Sapphire would give £100 to that same charity as part of our commitment for supporting and rewarding activities like that. So what is our vision? Where are we going in the future? From an environmental point of view, very much our focus is about walking the walk, not just setting out easy to say talk. And by doing that, that's really about being accountable publicly. So there's transparency for our customers to hold us to account as well. We have committed already to science-based targets. I'm not sure if you've all heard of those before, but science-based targets is basically something which I'm going to touch on a bit later in the presentation, but it's an ambitious approach. There's not very many construction companies in the world which have actually committed to it. And as far as we understand, we're the first balcony company to ever commit to it, and hopefully more do commit to it too. And we will continue to have ISO 14001 and PAS 2060, something we've more recently been going through the accreditation process of, which is a carbon neutral standard. From a social and governance point of view, very much about partnerships and collaboration to reducing the interfaces, for example, the fabric first approach, working with architects at an early stage to design out thermal breaks and so on. We've been investing in technology platforms and things which will improve productivity. And we've also been looking at various other aspects of things, for example, bringing the industry together in forums like this and on live streams to actually learn about the kind of approaches and share tips and best practice to encourage others. So many of you have probably seen the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. These are set out in 2015. And as part of that, apologies, just go back to that. As part of the Sustainable Development Goals, which were set out originally by the UN, we closely looked at these and looked at which ones of these are the ones which we can impactfully make a difference to within our business. For example, there's some areas like peace, justice, and strong institutions is something which we felt wasn't something which we could particularly feed into as a company, but certainly other things like well-being and health is something we're already passionate about, and we've aligned and picked 8 of those objectives as part of our Sustainable Development Goals, which we'll be measuring ourselves against. So those 8 cover quite a range of activities across the ESG spectrum, and will be the ones which we will every year we're committing to financially report on along with our accounts in December. So the first one is no poverty. So for us, that's a lot about supporting charities, particularly charities like Crash, which are helping with that kind of activity and other personal needs too. Second is good health and well-being, which is for us the NPS score. We're very proud of our 88.2 NPS score. Now, NPS works on a scale that you measure your promoters. Anyone who scores you 9 and 10, you measure anyone who scores you less than 6 or less as a detractor. And that means that to get a score, a high score is very, very difficult because you've got a scale of -0 to +100. Just putting that in context, customer satisfaction scorings on companies which are very, very high, very efficient companies like Amazon, for example, would generally sit around 70 to 80% as an NPS score. So that's something which we will continually be trying to improve. Quality of education and running forums like this, the ResiBuild Roadshow and any other ResiBuild events like the one which is being hosted in Wembley Stadium in October, are very much about bringing quality education and meaningful speeches and activities which will improve the industry more generally. We have then chosen the decent work and economic growth, which we were very much measuring about the productivity aspect, and that's something which we'll continue to report on. Industry innovation and infrastructure. Now, our belief is that innovation is very much what's going to underpin the reduction to net zero of our products and products in general terms. We looked at the carbon scale, and I'll be looking at it a bit more in a second, but that's very much key to what we're doing, and I believe there's going to be a tour of our R&D facilities here a bit later on, so you can see firsthand, those of you who are here in person, as to what those products are and how how that will work. Sustainable cities and communities is one which for us is about reducing the number of people having to travel to cities, indirectly also reducing carbon footprint as well as people travel. 12 is about the responsible consumption and production, so again that's linked in with innovation. And number 13, which is the climate action one, which for us is about both our company emissions and also our products related embodied carbon. So in numbers, in 2030, our vision is that we'll be selling 20,000 balconies in 2030. We'll have that predominantly, at the moment we're based in the UK, but we also have recently expanded overseas. We work in Canada, we work over in Netherlands, in Ireland, and as far away as New Zealand. We will have zero emissions of our scope 1, 2 and 3. We'll have 0% of our net zero being offset unless there's residual emissions which we can't actually reduce to zero in itself. We've chosen the 8 SDGs. That's our primary focus for the time being. As things go change between 2023 and 2030, that may or may not change, but we're going to be reviewing that continually as we go through. We've committed to science-based targets. The green line, which I'll show you in a second, we will have 100% of our vehicles as green energy vehicles, most likely to be the EV rather than the hydrogen, which mentioned is probably still a way off. And we will continue to have ISO 14001 in place. So I've mentioned science-based targets on the right-hand side as our commitment. There we have are going through the assessment process and working through that over the coming months as well. But in essence, this is about the trajectory which was set out originally for the heating, the overheating of the Earth, and how this can be reduced on a sustainable line. So this is what we've committed to, is actually reducing it in line with science-based targets, and that's what we'll continue to do as a company. We looked at the stages of a building. We've taken this context in the context of balconies. So the A1 to A5 is the balcony-related embodied carbon, and we've very much been measuring that. But stages B1 to B7, a couple of those aren't particularly relevant to balconies because obviously balconies don't have, like a boiler, aren't actually actively